Nothing could have prepared me for the high-stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn so I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. But like a wildfire, light on my soul. How will I know if I'm ready? The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire.
Hello, hello. Just getting ready to start. Just a couple more minutes. Now we'll begin. Take a seat. We have a lot to do today.
I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dying on my side.
Drum hit your face, you be like. When the bass drum hit your face, you. Drum hit your face, you be like. When the bass drum hit your face, you be like.
Hello and welcome. We are beginning today with another stream. So, quickly recap last stream. Let me go ahead and get this going here. Quickly, last stream, I was working on actually getting some gears in. I already have gears in the car. They're working, kind of like shifting instantly, nothing too crazy. But they works. It's working. 1 second here. Let me turn off the sound because it's really loud in my ears. You can't hear it, but I can. Okay, there we go. Actually, I took the body off. Let me put the body so at least it looks a little better. I was tweaking it here a minute ago. So, oops, not that model. There we go. So I did put some gears here, and it's a lot better in terms of like handling and responsiveness here. Actually, I did do some tweaks here, so the car might be a little bit unstable. Yeah, but it should be relatively okay. The torque seems to be a little more responsive, and things are a little bit smoother, much smoother here. That's the problem that I'm kind of dealing with now. That's mostly slip and center of gravity shifting. But yeah, there's a lot of tweaking to do here. There's a lot of tweaking, a lot of things kind of in motion. So things kind of influence each other. So this is going to constantly be kind of a little bit of a battle. But yeah, the power delivery through like sliding is a little bit better, and that's actually what was working on last. Let me put the sound on, but this is incredibly loud. So let me put it on. Let me start here so you guys can hear it too, but I wanted to turn it down. The way I have it now, it's actually a little bit too much. But the problem was originally that, whoa, that's wicked loud. There we go. I hope that's loud enough over there. I'll turn it up here. There we go. The problem was, especially during slides, you would lose power because of wheels slipping. And so in the calculation, it would be basically losing torque. The RPMs would drop. And that's kind of realistic, but not ideally, because then there is wheel slip and the engine torque does go up. So that's kind of what I'm doing now, is taking the wheel slip and adding some extra RPM to compensate. I think it's a little over right now, but you should hear in the RPMs that it wants to keep going up in RPM. Yeah, actually it's pretty low. Yeah, so you see the RPMs are kind of staying steady-ish. Let me make it a little more exaggerated so we can really hear it. Where's the... If I exaggerate it somewhere around here, where was it? Here. Yeah, this blend, there's a blending that goes on. Man, that's loud. Where was it? That's for the slip. Geez, I'm looking at this code and I was like, oh my god. Where's the blending? Reduce. Am I going to fall off the map? Almost. Let me take a look here because I don't remember where it is. Jeez. Louise. It's going to be one of these. Engine load. That's for the response. I think this is part of it. What was it? This was for the over revving between the slip. Now I want to change basically a lot of this. The way it is right now is kind of a temporary thing here. No, this was for overall. And where's the effective? Effective, and then this is going to be between the target and the effective. I'm not sure why it's slurping here. I don't remember what's going on here. Yeah, I think this is it actually. Let me put this down to like 0.5 and see what happens. This is going to be a little experimental because I don't remember what the heck was going on here. It's going to take me a little bit to get started here. And also, it's going to take a minute. Why isn't this showing? 1 second here. I think I need to refresh this. Properties. Refresh. I don't know. I'll see it later. So let's see what happens now. Okay, our PNs are actually taking a long time to respond here. Yeah, this is like the opposite of what I want. Yeah, this is the opposite of what I want. The opposite of what I want. So let's leave that the way it was. And it says in my comments here, in the 10. So let's put it back to 10. I think it's right here, blend between. Jeez. So let me put it back to 0.8. I think this is the way it's going to go over. So this is kind of the state I want to get to, where it's obvious what it's doing. And then that way I can kind of go backwards from there. A little bit better. You can kind of see how the engine RPM is staying up here. It's higher when I'm losing grip. And even that is causing it to like drift a little bit more. But see, now it's taking way too long to respond. Yeah, this is the problem I was running into. When I'm drifting, you can hear the RPMs go up. And then as soon as it grips, you hear the RPMs drop. Yeah, see, it's kind of staying up there, and then it drops. See, so it's, like I said, exaggerated, but that's the point for now. So this is kind of where I left off last time, was actually much similar state. And I kind of know what's going on, and I've already thought a little bit of what I might do here today. See, and I'll try to explain what I think is going on. And it has to do with the skid valve and the slipping, the whole slipping thing. If I turn this off and just use like I was saying before, if I keep just the original RPM here from the actual engine and from like the raw average slip factor of all the tires, it goes too low. It goes too low. And it's somewhat realistic, but not really. And to compensate, I'm using this slip factor to say, hey, when it's kind of going down, meaning I'm losing grip, I want the RPMs to kind of go up a bit, to kind of give that boost. If I'm not mistaken, that makes it like go. Let me put it at 1, which is the same thing as that. And I also don't like the way this is organized, but I'm just trying to get the theory of what's going on here. Yeah, this is purely effective RPM then, right? This should ideally be like whatever the RPM is, the max loaded. Yeah, based on that slip. So when I have full grip, it's going to be like the max loaded, right? Because it'll be 1. No, 1 is full slip. That's what I hate about this damn way that's doing the calculation here. It's messing with me. Because what comes out of the actual object, the code object for Godot, is it's the other way around. Skid info returns 1, meaning full grip. But here it's backwards. So when it's at 1, it's at full slip. It's going to use the max loaded. And then when it's at full slip, it'll be using the wheel RPM. Well, I just said that backwards. Yeah, that's why it's confusing as hell. And I want to change it. And I don't like too much how it's doing the calculation here. But it's becoming more obvious. I think if I put this a little bit slower, meaning it's going to respond faster, I think it'll be get more obvious. The car's a little out of control, but that's a different topic. And I'm going to make it more stable here in a second. Yeah. See, there we go. It's not allowing to go to full RPM, but it's allowing enough to get the point. So what I thought about in these last couple of days on dealing with this is kind of applying a limit here, meaning unless the slip is underneath a certain threshold, then just behave as if it's full grip. Because what the other side effect is, I don't even know if it's going to do it right now, because I've been changing things around, so it may not do it. Just turning the tires was causing the RPM to go up and down. You see, just changing direction. Well, I'm going down the hill. Let me see here. Yeah. See, just turning is causing the RPM to go up, which that's where the real, it's not really behaving correctly. Yes, because when you're turning, you have more slip. However, it's not enough to really like unload the engine that way. So I'm going to create here a little bit of logic, and I'm just going to be simple with it. Put a simple threshold, and if it's not above that threshold, then just behave like it's fully loaded, meaning it'll just take the RPM of the tire. So it's starting to get annoying because I don't have version control or anything. This is very sloppy code, and so I if something breaks, it stays like that. It kind of sucks. Oh, I do have it on this way. Oh shoot. Um, I was looking at the car earlier, and oh, that's another thing. I know what it is now. I also have another thing that's going on here in the background, which is um, right now it's effectively turned off. Uh, so I think I maybe let me actually comment it out. But essentially, what I'm doing here is adjusting the friction slip of the tire, and as well as the the real roll influence. And so, what the real roll influence does is it kind of makes the angular rotation of the car, like it makes it want to turn a bit. It gets it more drifty. It feels more drift like, but it's not a real drift because the car's basically just kind of rotating on its axis in a way. It does apply more grip, so you do want to have a tendency to turn. Um, but I don't know. There's something weird with this. Even in the code, there's some comments like there's a fix involved here. So I think it might be slightly buggy or not necessarily behaves ideally. So I'm having to take it as it goes. It also kind of prevents you from flipping over because that's the other issue that goes on here with the simulation. If I show here this is why I was in here a little while ago. What we see here now is just the collision shape, right? And the collision shape is essentially what the physics engine sees in terms of the car. It doesn't see the model. It doesn't see the body of the car. It only sees the collision shape. And I actually have two of them. Why do I have two of them? Because to help kind of create some more dynamic here, because if I put a flat board, all the weight, you got to think of it, all the weight of the car is basically essentially here. And that's not necessarily that realistic. So I'm trying to create a little bit of two shapes to help kind of distribute the weight a little bit more. And it's very sensitive. Oh, now I know why it's kind of behaving weird. I have it off axis here. It's very sensitive. So this is one of the reasons why, at least for now, I am not going to be doing a lot of customization here with the different cars. A lot of the cars are basically going to use like the same basic collision shape because these are very difficult to tweak. It's very sensitive. And that's another part here is the wheel height and how high it is from the ground is very tricky. And if you don't have it just perfectly right, your car's going to want to flip, and it'll flip very easily. The way it twists, it wants to twist when you're turning, especially if you have the tires with like a lot of grip, which is kind of like another thing, especially for more arcade type game. You'll want the grip higher because you don't really want people drifting around your map, right? You just want them to kind of stick to it. Then you'll really flip over, especially if you try to model like a van or something. The center of gravity is going to be very high, and that car is going to flip. It'll flip very unrealistically too. We've all seen it where a car flips in a game or something, and it does like 300 spins, and it lands on its wheels again, and you're like, oh, okay, fine. So the roll influences that too. So the friction slip and the roll influence kind of play together here, and so normally these are kind of like set it. And forget it. But since I'm trying to add a little bit more dynamic behavior here, trying to make more simcade in a way, I'm trying to play a little bit with these two dynamically. So as the car is slipping, you'll get more roll or vice versa. I've tried to reason here a little bit, but there's always like the theory in the real world and also what the damn simulation is going to do. Because you might think, oh, yeah, this is how it works in the real world, but then the simulation, you may have to do some adjustments. But it should line up. It should line up. So that's what I'm dealing with now here is also the friction slip and the roll. So these are all interconnected, right? Because the friction slip's going to adjust the torque of the engine, and the torque of the engine is going to change the slip, and then the roll influence is going to change the grip. So they kind of all kind of jumbled together. So that's what I'm doing here in this code here is kind of adjusting for that as well. I'm doing both of them, processing the skid, giving it a little bit more roll, a little bit less roll, and then also kind of I was adjusting the friction too, but I'm going to play with one less variables at a time, and I'm probably going to keep the friction slip static at 1, and then kind of fix this here, clean this up, make this more logical and efficient here, because I need to add clutch next. So, or shifting, because the gears are technically shifting instantly. And I kind of want to put a little bit of a clutch here as well. One thing at a time. Let's get this a little bit more stable. So for now, just to kind of show things a little bit more, I will, and kind of refresh the memories of stuff here. I'm going to, actually I can just do it from here. I'm going to disable the skidding and the speed stuff here, the friction slip stuff. I'm going to turn off gravity. Not turn it off, but turn off quote unquote aerodynamics, or half the aerodynamics. And then I'm going to just keep focus on the RPMs. Okay. And now all the wheels right now, I'm doing it all symmetric. So I am taking that in consideration with the handling, because the car sometimes misbehaves and it's like, well, it's all symmetrical and that's not really ideal. So for now, I have the center of gravity at a custom, which means I'm not using the auto, just to make things a little bit simpler. The auto actually is cool, and I think I may get away with using it, but you have to be careful again with how the collision shapes are set up. If the collision shapes don't line up well, you're going to have a tendency to flip. So let's get started here with this. I think I have this off. We can just go ahead and see what this does. The slip factor here, what's this even used in? That's going to be the average of everything, but this is going to be for the total slip that's kind of summed up. Yeah, that's why I can't just do away with it the way I wanted to. Let's see how the car behaves, kind of get a baseline. Let me show a little bit more kind of what I'm talking about, the roll influence. Let me turn the sound down just a little bit more, because right now I don't really care too much about how the RPMs are behaving. But let me show you what happens if I put the roll influence at 0. Okay. You see it's kind of understeery, right? It's very understeery. And if you look at the skid values there, they're very low. They're like 0.0, 0.1, 0.0.1 or below, which kind of makes sense. Not a massive skid, right? But no drifting. I'm not even drifting here. I can make it drift in a way, but it becomes much more difficult. Oh, damn, the RPMs are really sticking high, but that's okay. We'll just pretend we have infinite clutch here. Yeah, infinite torque. So yeah, you see it's very hard to make it slip. It kind of has this very understeer effect. Now let me show you what happens when you have too much friction slip. I'll just bump it up to like 1.2. That should be too bad, right? Yeah, right. Let me actually turn on this mesh here. I like this mesh to kind of show a little bit like what's doing in terms of like the collision shape. It follows the collision shape. Let's see. Oh, it's not gonna do it. Oh, it'll do it. Let me get on here in the dirt. Watch. Oh, already wanting to flip. It's starting to kind of jump in the air a little bit there. Oh. See, it's almost like it gets stiff. So let me even bump it up to like 2, for example. I really have the center of gravity low. That's why I have it on auto. Yeah, let me put it on auto instead of custom. I meant. There we go. Yeah, it happened right away. I knew it. That's why I put the center of gravity now on custom to avoid that. So yeah, let me put it back to like 1.2. It's gonna flip quick. See? Whoa. Yeah, there you go. Flipped like 5 times. So that's what the friction slip is really sensitive to. Now if I put the roll influence, I put it to 1, now watch what happens. Now the car is just like, woohoo, let's go. It's like a drift machine. But there's some problem here. There's some problems because now in high speed it's going to become very unstable because it's going to constantly want to turn. See, it like overturns. You can kind of easily correct, but it's very weird. Very weird. So it's got to be a combination there. You got to play around with this. See, it's going to have a player play around with this. I mean, dude, like I've even done like 2-to-1. That does somewhat behave, but then look, there it goes. See, it becomes like a stiff board. It's weird. It's very weird. Oh, I'm about to flip over. Woo! So yeah, that's why I'm doing this stuff like dynamically on the fly. What kind of works is like 0.1, 0.2 on the roll. And that's why I'm going to make it dynamic. I'm going to kind of like make it go between 0 and 1, depending on like the friction slip to kind of, okay, so that way the understeer becomes more realistic. And then it drifts. See here, see, it's kind of wanting to drift, but not really. See? I think one of the tires is lifting up, which is not good. No, it's contacting the ground stereo. I think that's called ducking or something. It's really bad. No, it's doing it. It's good. It is stretching the suspension though, but it's not ducking. But it's still not drifting either. Or at least not doing a donut. It will drift around the corners. But see, even 0.1 can be a little too much, right? See, it becomes very unstable, very unstable. Yeah, the RPMs are completely off. It feels like it's like it's one of those CVTs. Okay, so this is why this is kind of like a pain in the ass here. I've actually done like less, more. It's a mess. So for now, we're gonna leave it at 0.05. No, we'll give it at 0.1. So I can't really do too much high speed, but that's going to be when you have like more grip, more speed. I'll make that a factor. I'll put the roll influence down, and that kind of lines up. So you're not like drifting and crazy, turning around easily at 100 miles an hour. But one thing at a time. I really want to get this RPM thing done because it's bugging me, and it's going to be very critical for the shifting. The gears and stuff. The gears, I think I'm going to actually do a little clutch thing, or not. I'll probably actually just do like a state. I'll shift for like 0.2 milliseconds or a variable there. And while it's shifting, I'll do something else. I'll probably just do that for now, actually. What I want to do is make a real more similar clutch where it goes in and the torque is off the transmission. And so if you do, it spikes the gas pedal, and then it'll ramp off the clutch. But so let's get started here with the code. The thing that's bugging me the most is the way this is set up going with the skid info, converting it. It's averaging, it was always doing some stupid stuff earlier too, and I got rid of it. Like adding the wheels, which is weird. So what I want to do is flip these around, and I should get the same behavior. And then I'll add I think the fancy term is hysteresis. Basically add the threshold for when I want the RPMs to be influenced by the slip, which for now is going to be like 0.5, halfway. And I'll probably tweak it later. So for now, we're going to do the way this is, as it should be. So that means is now 0 to 1, right? This is going to go backwards here. This one's going to be wheel RPM. And this one's going to be this. And the wheel RPM is based off of the wheel's RPM. Exactly. Only if it's in contact. That's another thing, too. If it's not in contact with the ground, I got to have to deal with that situation. I'll deal with that later because we're not jumping over anything just yet. The max loaded, the wheel. So now, in theory, when we have slip of 1, we have full grip. That's why I really shouldn't call it slip. I should call it grip. But grip, oh, whatever. Here we go. I'm already freaking out. Okay. Grip, 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 grip. Total grip. These kinds of things mess me up so bad. X, Y, rows and columns. Oh boy, they're such a pain in the ass to get confused. Okay, so now that I got those two around, these are around. Now this one's got to go around. I already fixed it. Next one, effective RPM. So our effective RPM is a blend of the max loaded. What's max loaded again? With the RPM and the actual wheel. Exactly. So we got the both of them, which is full grip, which is called. Okay, see, this term max loaded is even weird. It's not max loaded, it's actually when the wheel has the least amount of grip, right? Or when it's actually spiking up because it's lifted off the ground. So I want to call it max loaded. I want to call it min grip RPM because it makes it so much easier to understand like a couple days from now. The wheel RPM. So do these need to go around? When I have one full grip, exactly. When I have full grip, I want it to be on the wheel RPM, right? It's whatever it is, whatever it's supposed to be, and the RPM will be the right one. If the grip is not, so I'm slipping, I'm going to use the min grip RPM, which is actually like a maximum of a type, but whatever. Everything has its opposite in a way. The slip factor. I'm just going to call that grip factor for the sake of consistency. Being a factor. Okay. Average grip compensation. So this is the average. Why am I taking an average here of the wheels in the loop? Why am I taking an average inside the loop? So this might even be explaining some of the weird ass behavior I'm having here. Why am I defining a variable here, target RPM, changing this every damn time? What? See, this doesn't make sense. This does not make sense. This code here is what the hell? This doesn't make sense at all. Effective RPM is what? No. No. What I need is the average RPM of all the wheels and the average minimum grip. And that's what, and oh, I see what this, no wonder this is like not behaving like how I'm thinking about because it's, yeah, AI is going to take over our jobs. Please. So we're going to start with initializing it there. So what I want is the average, and I know later on I'm going to do that. No. That's what it is right here. And the average effect, oh, I see. It's taking the average afterwards, but the division is, see, that doesn't make sense. Okay, it's working by luck. Damn, this code is horrible. This is kind of working out, but not really supposed to. Oh boy. Why in the hell was I lerping here? Yeah, I'm gonna definitely just get rid of this and just kind of do it the way I'm thinking in my head. Um, it's trying to do the averaging as we go, and I'm not liking it. I'm not liking it one bit. So instead, yeah, because they're going to take the RPM. Oh yeah, although that's for the never mind. There it is right here. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so I am going to want to do total grip and oops, what I do and total what? Total RPM. So I'm just gonna yeah for each one, right? No, what am I talking about? Yeah, I don't want to do. I have to do it per tire, but in the end of the day, the RPM is going to be the average of all the grip. So I'm going to have all the total grip. Yeah, so I don't even need to worry about the RPM. All I need to know is what's the total grip and the average grip. Take that average grip and use that to make the effective RPM out of it. Because that's what I want. Exactly. So if the average grip goes down, the RPMs start going up. Because you're kind of sliding and losing grip and the tires are just spinning. Yeah. So I don't need another total. I just need the total grip. And then and then I'll make an average grip down below. 1 second here. So all I need to do is grip average total grip equals this plus equals that. That's all I need to do right here. So much talking just to do a couple lines. This is just getting started too, kind of remembering what the hell's going on here. Not remembering, actually figuring it out, because it's surprising that it was actually performing somewhat. So once I get the total grip here, that's all I need to do in this loop. Because now I'm going to do var average grip. It's going to be the total grip divided by wheels dot size. Driven wheels dot size. For now, it's always 4. There's better ways of doing that, but right now I don't care. So a lot of this code's going to go away. So once I get the average grip, well, okay. And then what? Then I calculate. So I do need the RPMs for all the wheels, so I can get the average RPMs of the wheels too. So I do need the RPMs of the wheels, not yeah. RPM is kind of just two different things that are RPMing here. The wheels have an RPM and the engine has an RPM, but then there's the transmission and a differential in the middle here, and those add a ratio depending on obviously if it's engaged or not and what gear you're in. And also, that's what I'm adding now is if you're slipping or not. So we need also the total wheel RPM. Why? Because I need that to get the actual, or I need to get that for the slipping RPM, right? Or rather, to get the average RPM of the wheels, including its slip. Yeah. Because then the effective RPM is going to be basically between the blending between the quote unquote full grip RPM of the engine, which is going to be based off the wheels RPM, the total average, right? Yeah. The RPM that comes back from this value, this function. And then the lost grip, how do I get the RPMs of the no grip? I don't need, yeah, the effective RPM of the minimum, like, yeah, the grip one. It's just, it's the red line. It's the red line. What? Confusing myself here. I'm confusing myself. Let's start with one thing at a time. We're gonna have grid info here. It's sad that I'm confusing myself. Um, Average RPM, and then it's just a fraction. Yeah. Max. Okay. I think I'm getting what I'm. Okay. So this is better being called max engine RPM. Right? Why is it using here? Here, what? Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Let's see. We have the. Yeah, this doesn't make sense. The wheel RPM, which would be what? What the hell's going on? It's going to be all the wheels without any consideration. Exactly. So that's the average wheels RPM. So average wheel RPM is going to be what? Total wheel RPM equal, oops, plus equal, that doesn't make, yeah, that does, yes it does. It's kind of odd, but get RPM, right? And there's going to be total wheel RPM, again divided by 4, but I'll keep it this way because I want to do 4-wheel drive, 2-wheel drive. So now, got the average grip and the average wheel RPM. So now I'm going to have the, let's assume that the grip, oops, let's get rid of no grip calculation and just do the RPM how it should be. So it would be like the engine RPM equal the average, what's all this here? Times average wheel RPM. Right? Am I right? I don't know why the hell this is like that, but here it is. Average RPM, average effective RPM, but that one is of the wheels, right? No, that's already, yeah, that's from the old calculation. Let's go look here. I don't have the other code, but here it is here. Yeah, that one's doing it from the force. But here it is, the torque. And then torque, yeah. This is why I'm kind of like really regretting not having control version. Don't have this working with Git. If I had this working with Git, I could go back and see how I had it before just to double check. Because I think the all I think this is right, right? You got the RPM of the wheel. If I'm backwards, it's divided by. Right. We think this is the engine RPM by all that. Exactly. We'll just see for now. So right now, it's not taking into consideration any kind of grip, right? So let me just do like this, like this, like this. engine RPM, and we're just gonna go here and do current RPM. I'm just gonna be a dirty dog and be here, be here, be here, be here, because I just want to see what happens here. Engine load, reduce load when slipping. That's actually not what I want to do. It's not what I want to do. So for now, I'm just going to keep this at 1.0. So that way it's effectively doing nothing. Okay. So what I should be happening now is normal quote unquote RPM, no slipping taken into consideration. I am doing some adding here, but at the end of the day, it's ignoring everything and it's only doing this calculation here. The engine RPM based on the average wheel RPM. So this should now behave somewhat correctly without the slipping. So we're not going to be drifting. RPM's going up. There it is. See? Yeah. There we go. And when I do slip, actually I do need to drift quite a bit here. Let's bring up like 0.3. And when I do slip, RPMs go down. See? Exactly. The RPMs go down. See? I have full throttle, but the RPMs, I got too much grip, but there it is. See? Yeah. Yeah. And this is kind of the problem I want to fix right now. Okay, so we're on the right track. We are on the right track. So this is kind of working out. This is kind of like the engine RPM without considering the grip, right? So now I need to kind of like, what am I going to do here? I'm not going to reduce the wheel RPM because that's even going to be more weird because actually the wheels would spin faster. And I don't want to base it here. I want to modify it just somewhere else. And then what it was doing before, basing it off the red line and then lerping between the red line and whatever this was based on that. And I kind of makes sense. So if you have a lot of grip, it'll be purely this value. As the grip goes down, it'll start getting closer to the red line. If you have in theory zero grip, it'll start hitting the red line. It'll be like all four wheels completely slipping, ideally even off the ground, right? Oi, oi, oi! Vê se te comportas, senão para a rua. Well, os jogadores se portam. Okay, so don't mind that. That was just some randomness. So like I was saying, we're just gonna simply lerp. So I don't think I need to do anything else here. See all this crap in here. So in a weird way, all I really need to do is lerp, 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 lerp from one of these two. Red line one, right? The red line RPM. So I don't even need to calculate anything. It's literally already there. That's why earlier wasn't redlining. Or the other night. Sometimes I start getting late and I start doing stupid mistakes. Okay, so I want this value here. And this is going to be based on the average grip. Okay, so now let's see if this makes sense in terms of the lerping. So this is from 2. So when average grip is 0, and that's where I'm backwards. I'm not used to the orders of lerps and stuff. I am not going to clamp it yet. I'm not deleting the old stuff yet, just to have a reference and crap, because I don't have control versioning yet. So now it should, as I slip, as I drift, the RPM should go up. Probably exaggerated. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh. Actually, I know some old game that had this kind of glitchy sound because of exactly this. It's too aggressive. But in theory, it's doing what we want. As I'm losing grip, let me get back on here. The RPMs go up. Yeah. Oh, nice. See, now I can even do some. This is kind of what I wanted. This you couldn't do this, but well, obviously I also have the roll influence very high, but it's drifting and keeping power in a way, right? As the wheel slips, it's just obviously being very, very twitchy. So that's what it was also trying to do here. This is kind of like why I'm not deleting necessarily the old code, just so because it's good to kind of see what it was doing. That's why I was lerping between between the effective and the to kind of give it a smoothness here, so it's not constantly doing that twitching, so it kind of floats a little bit more. But I don't think I need to do it that complicated, right? I don't think I need to do that complicated. And now this is another thing here that I keep messing my head with is that delta. Does it make sense for delta to be here? Because RPMs, I think anything that you deal with like RPM, RPS, like per second, per minute, like per time, you should also multiply by delta. I think that's kind of like the dirty rule, because of your otherwise it becomes like FPS dependent, and right, and so if you change the FPSs, things are going to change as well. Right now it's kind of locked at 60, so um, I think that might be something to consider. So for experimenting, and also for clarity, I'm going to comment these all out for now, so it's clear that I'm not using them. And I'm going to come here, and I don't want an average grip. What I need to do is lerp from one, yeah, that's what it is, lerp from one value to the other based on, not delta. No, I don't know. I don't know. Um, this is a current RP. Well, it's going to be multiplied by delta at the end here when it get actually applied to the wheels. Where are they? I mean, that's why the car has too much power, because the car is overpowered, but oh, that's a different thing. Forced to apply. No, there is no delta here involved. There it is. It's right here. But this is because it's an angular acceleration. And acceleration has to be like applied every frame. That's the rule. Is when something needs to be like applied. Yeah, yeah. Whenever it needs to be applied every frame. But you can't apply the full acceleration, otherwise like it'll shoot out, because it'll be dependent on your frames per second, not time. Yeah, so it needs to exactly. So it's divided by time, which goes through delta in a way. Um, because then it has all this crap. So how do I make this smoother? It was taking the effective RPM as alert between them two based on the grip. That's what I got here. And then smoothness, allow for response. Yeah, this is what I wasn't understanding though. This is what I wasn't understanding. Here I am like rewriting a local variable because I'm horrible. So we'll put here var effective RPM is going to be this then. And then here we'll make it equal to the lerp. I guess I'm going to do whatever this says here, right? That's what I was seeing. So that's what I'm going to do for now. It's going to be from the effective. No, this is the targets. Here we go. This is right. This is right. Okay, I'm getting it now. Yeah. So this RPM is the RPM from the frame before. This is where the delta comes into play. So from the frame before, there's the delta, there's the previous RPM. And this is the RPM we want to go to, right? But how fast do we want to get there? Well, that's from the frames, right? So it's going to depend on the frames per second. And we don't want that, so that's why we have delta. So it kind of controls that. Exactly. Because if I'm mistaken, delta to mine, I think has two different ways of coming in. Where are you? I guess I can't see it now, but if it's the milliseconds from the start, or is it the milliseconds between frames? I'm not even going to think about it because it's kind of like black magic at this point. Where are you? Okay, so I'm just going to keep it like this for now. It says for 10 for smoothest response. We'll see here. We'll see. Let's see what happens. I think it's going to smooth it out already. Whoa, too much. At least it's redlining when I'm losing like grip all over. Whoa, but it's way too slow. Yeah. It's very slow. I can tell just by like the sound. The sound feels laggy. See, like the car already snaps into place, and what the hell's that? Delta doesn't make sense. It has something to be divided by delta. Zero to one, right? This has to be from 0 to 1. Based on what? Something divided by delta here. Multiplied. It's going to be the target multiplied? That doesn't make sense either. This is why I don't understand what the hell this was up to. The 10 is here, it just becomes like a what? 10 ohm per second, right? This is where the seconds comes in. Is it seconds or milliseconds? It's going to make it faster. Because let's see. If a big number makes it faster or slower. Big number make it go fast. Yeah. Yeah, big number make it go faster. Good. Yeah, there we go. Big number make it go faster. Because I guess it's 10 per second, right? 10 seconds? No, 10 milliseconds? 10 seconds? 10 milliseconds? What unit would this be then? 100 what? Ba-bum, ba-bum. Oh, it's not 100. It's 100th. Yeah, I'm not gonna try to reason with the math right now. It's good because it's not in the right units. I'm not wrapping my head around this right now. I'm getting that the big number makes it slower. I mean, a little bit more faster responding. So in terms of like units, that means it's kind of being divided somewhere. Because this number is a small number delta, so it's like going to be like the frame time or something. It's like 16 milliseconds per frame, so I think that's what delta is. So I'm saying like over there, what 1 millisecond, 10 milliseconds, 10. That's what I'm not getting. 10 milliseconds, no, a tenth of a second. That's what I think this is saying. Over a tenth of a hundredth, no hundredth is faster. Yeah, it's response faster because it's a hundredth of a second. I think that's what it is. This is a tenth of a second, and 1 is 1 second, which made it really laggy. Okay, so I guess we're getting there. So that's it then. That's pretty much all I wanted. I think that's all I wanted. Let me just double check. Yeah, because I was going over the bumps. You can kind of feel the RPMs going over the bumps. And I bet you I can replicate the problem next problem that I'm going to fix. Yeah, you may already kind of see the next problem coming up. But you do see once it snaps into grip, the RPMs drop. However, you might notice that it lingers very high. And that's what I was saying earlier, where I need to make a threshold. Now I'm just going to floor it, just to kind of get the vibe here. See, like, that shouldn't I shifted there. There should have been a drop there. Same thing. But that's has to do with the next issue to fix. Threshold. I don't know how good it's going to do, but we'll see. Let me just do one more. Yeah. Despite the RPM sounding weird, the speed of the car actually does go, meaning it is actually gripping, because the slip factor is stuck at 1. Okay. Can I overrev? I should be able to, but I'll deal with that later. Okay, so this is working as expected. I'm going to get rid of this. Clean it up. Okay, so this is kind of behaving as expected. Now, what I wanted here, this even makes this much easier now, because all I want to do is I'm not going to worry about efficiency. I don't care that I'm going to call this twice. I'll clean that in a different phase. But if that is greater than or equal to 0.5, then it'll be included. Otherwise, it will, being not included. No. Otherwise, it needs to be 1. Yeah. That's why I also changed the meaning there, so that way this becomes a little bit more easier to reason about. Because now I can just reason about this in a much simpler way, right? So if the wheel, it is not going to let a function call. What's up? Oh, let me see this. So if the wheel, if I'm no, this is backwards. If it's less than, if the grip is less than 0.5, meaning I'm halfway between full and between full and 0, then we're going to go ahead and use that information for the RPM increase. If the value is greater than that, we're going to go ahead and consider full grip. So that way the RPM should be slightly lower. Right? Meaning, yeah. Because I didn't show it off, but it starts doing that thing where you turn the steering wheel and the RPMs shoot up, because technically, by the numbers, the grip is going down as it's turning the wheels. But it's doing it way too much. The RPM is always independent. Actually, I can actually put this at the beginning to kind of just make it more clear that is kind of like nothing to do with this for now. Okay, so let's see what happens here. I hope what happens is that it's oh, I'm not doing anything, and you can already see it jumping around over there. Might have to do another lerp because it might be jumping a little bit too quickly. I think the threshold just has to be a lot lower, because it's hard to tell. I may have to put a meter I'm trying to look here at the skid values, right? Like, why is that one at 0? That's weird. That's the problem I have with this damn thing. And that's why I need to make a dynamic friction slip, because I think it's counterintuitive, but I did it earlier and it did improve it. But as the friction, as the wheel's slipping, I actually increased the friction, which is kind of weird. But it was working to compensate for whatever the hell the behavior was here. Now, is that just a workaround? And the math just was lucky? Maybe. Because now it's just not. It's just staying in the air too much. And the numbers, look at that. 0. How can a wheel have 0? That doesn't even make sense. I might just clamp that. This is what drives me up the wall. Oh, I'm an auto. I see. There we go. Now it's going to behave totally different. That center mass, man, that center of gravity is going to be an issue. I don't know why that happens. It's like the center of gravity just shifts and now everything's more balanced. Even the numbers make a little bit more sense. The only downside is that the center of gravity is fixed, but whatever. I can't go too fast because I have the roll influence high, but I think it's behaving kind of. That's it, right? I think it needs to be lower, the threshold, but I think it's behaving. Yeah, much better. Hmm. Okay. It's kind of getting there. I think the threshold does need to be much lower. Let me see if this reasoning is correct. Lower meaning less grip, right? Full grip, full slip. That's so weird. No grip. So the less grip it has, so it has to have, yeah. So basically, it has a bigger range where it's going to actually ignore the RPM is not going to increase, because I think that's what's going on here. Is it gets into the drift and the RPMs go up, but then they kind of stay up there because it's floating down the low values, right? So yeah, and I'm trying to avoid the complexity here, because more ideally I want to kind of have an actual quote unquote drift state, because you want to simulate more the difference between kinetic friction and static friction. But that's a different road. I'm not going to go down that road right now. That's just more complexity. So for that, you kind of need to actually say, hey, I am drifting, so we'll use these values in this way or this curve. But for now, excuse me, I want to see if I can get away with just basic averaging here. I'm trying to get away with basic stuff as much as possible. So let's try it out. I may actually have to go to 0.1. I've noticed different scales. Sometimes you have to go try 0.1s, 10s, 100s. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Basically, I want it to snap back sooner. Yeah, and I need to like make it go up less. So we got two different things going on. Well, at least here's better. I'm in fifth gear. The RPMs are. See, that's what's not too good. How fast is this? See, 20 miles an hour shouldn't be like causing your RPMs to go up that high. What value is 0.2? Okay, yeah, I think I'm gonna have to go to 0.1. I'm seeing points ones, 0.4s. Yeah, I may have to go a little. I may have to go just a whole factor down. Sometimes it's just trying to figure out the order of magnitudes and stuff, but ideally, if I knew more about the math and the physics, you know, but whatever. Well, a lot better. I'm trying to be realistic in the sense that, like, if I'm really going this fast in fifth gear, I don't really notice it drifting like that, where I don't notice the RPMs going up like that. 60 kilometers, maybe. Let me put it in miles per hour just to kind of keep the same going on. Yeah, 30 miles an hour, you might start getting some screeches. Yeah. So in a way, the tire screeches would help out too, but the tire screeching is actually going to be very similar to what these thresholds are, right? Because that's when the tires should start screeching. It should kind of coincide. I think this is kind of it. I think this is kind of it. At least for the dropping down part. The going up might need to go smoother. Let's see. Let's try running over here. Not too bad. Even on the rough parts, kind of sounds like you're going over rough parts, but and it's responsive to the rough part. No? Yeah. Over dips. I think that's pretty close. I think that might be it for this. Oh, yeah, that's just my roll. I think that's kind of working out. Okay. Okay. Now let me make another extreme thing here. I'm gonna make the gears even shorter, because I know it's gonna be like really hard to control. That's fine. I really want to see like how it's gonna react with a lot of slipping, gear changing. I want to see the gear changing, basically. I want to, yeah. I just want to shift the gears. And make sure, yeah, and see like the responses. I don't have a clamp on that, but that's on purpose, so I can actually do these kinds of experiments. Okay. Okay. It's behaving kind of how I want and I'm expecting it to. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Good, 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 good. Now let's put it down to quote unquote realistic car. And I put quote unquote because I still think the car has too much power. But I'll deal with that here later. Yeah, now that makes a little bit more sense. And of course, at this speed, I may not necessarily be drifting, but I do have the tires, the several influence. So for whatever the car's doing, the RPMs are kind of behaving accordingly. I just now need to improve is the other stuff, and that should kind of get there. Okay. Okay. So let's put this back to super short. Maybe I do want this to be a little bit faster. Where were you? Here. Big number go up, right? So let's try 20 instead of 10. Big number go up, big number go fast. Let's see here. Holy crap. Yeah. Yeah. Let's just make sure. Yeah, that's not nicer. Now you're really feeling like you're going over bumps. It's a little too much, yeah. Yeah, a little too much, a little too fast. Let's go back then to 10. Was 10 like the sweet spot? Felt a little sluggish sometimes. Let's see. I'm kind of fine-tuning where I shouldn't be, but... yeah. It's starting to get weird. Is it really going to be 15? 15 is a weird number for me because that's close to 16. And that becomes like delta squared. And why would delta squared be special? And this to me smells frame dependent, right? That still seems wrong to me. It has to be divided by... Something smells funny. Something smells funny. That kind of working out by luck. And I don't know why. I don't know why that's working out by luck. We'll keep it at 10 for now. This doesn't make too much sense still. I want to lerp is between the difference between them, right? That's what I want to lerp between, is the target and where I am. But first I need to range it from 0 to 1, right? So the target being what, 1? The current being 0? So the difference here, so if I subtract one from the other, is that it? Or is it here that I should do that? Is then the target and the current? No, I'm still gonna have that same issue. So here's, yeah. Should be right, well, it was I before, where I'm at, and how far along, right? The difference, I don't know. If I do that, it'll be like 0. That doesn't make sense. It'll never hit it. 1 will never happen. Something here is not making sense to me. It's smoothing it, but I think that's going to be frame dependent, and I don't want it, but we'll fix that later. This seems to have improved. I'm thinking about turning down the roll influence, making the car controllable again, and driving around again, and just to have a look-see. So And then go ahead and process skid. Well, I'm missing the gravity too. That makes a difference with the grip. But the roll influence, we'll keep it here. So we'll go from 0 to 0.2 based on skid. Does that make sense? Skid, right? Skid being 1 is full grip. But full grip, I have no roll influence. That doesn't make sense, right? That should be the other way around, right? So when I have maximum grip on my tires and I turn the wheel and stuff, the roll should be at maximum because that's turning the car. When the grip is at no grip at all, right, the car's not going to roll because you're not torquing it that direction. So these are backwards. So this should be 0.2 and this should be here. Because skid is actually called, should be grip. It's called skid info here, I know, but it returns as grip, right? One being full grip. That's what I'm saying. Some of these values is wonky as heck, man. Even in the comments and documentation, it says something like, "Oh, use a value of 15 or whatever," and it's like you can't go that high. You can't even go over 1 when you were talking about 15 or 16. Okay, grip. Right now, I'm ignoring this other logic here in the middle, so I'm basically just going from 0 roll influence to max. There's no speed thing here involved yet, right? So maximum grip, maximum roll. Let's see how this baby performs. I don't know why my stream goal isn't showing. It is bothering me a little bit because I do have some goals for my stream. I am at 11 followers. I am currently going for 20. Uh-oh. I might need to refresh my token. Oh, I need to refresh my token. I'll do that later. Whoa. Easy, killer. Oh, I need to turn down the damn... Oh, there it is. It's doing that thing. Wheels still maintaining contact, though. I do need to turn down the damn... put the gears a little bit more normal, because it's way too short. To even be, like, really... notice things. If I make it too long, though, the car goes mega fast. And the scale becomes too much broken. Car's overpowered. See, it looks like almost looks like the roll influence. Now it's doing that thing I was talking about very clearly. Is the roll influence doing that? That's weird. I mean, I guess it makes sense. The roll is influencing the grip in a way. This is why I was like adjusting the grip on the fly to try and compensate for this. But it's very nasty. Yeah, it is. So the more roll, the less grip. That's something very important. That's something very important. Did not know that. Did not know that. I'm going to go into dark mode. At least I can do that. All right. Don't that there. Oh boy. Just 1 second. I'm obviously like that's another thing I need to do is fix my stream stuff. There we go. So roll is influencing the grip. Do I want to compensate that? I don't know. That's why I had this backwards before too. I had this backwards because it felt like it was better. Doesn't make sense though, but it felt better. Now let me go ahead and experiment with this again. Meaning now, the more grip it has, the less it rolls, which I don't know. At least it's not doing it just from straight turning. The road is very bumpy. I made the road a little too bumpy. I should have made some parts a lot more flatter. Doesn't look like it's that bumpy, but it is. If you look at certain angle, you can tell it's very bumpy. I don't know. That's weird. It feels like it's working better, but it looks like the math is backwards, right? Because now it's kind of like actually behaving like, oh, I'm gripping, and now I'm in the grippy state, understeering, and then it becomes like drifting. See, now I'm drifty state, right? And then it kind of goes back and forth. You can kind of see it gripping. I'm in gripping, and then I can kind of, and then I'm in like a drifty. Does that make sense? I mean, I don't know. Let's try it. See, look. See, I can drift now, and then I'm actually like torque drifting, right? Yeah. Is it gonna do it? No. See, it can't even do a donut yet. But I have to turn up the roll influence for that. So let's not do that yet. Let's just focus on low speed drifting for now. And I'm driving a little bad on purpose, just trying to like extremely I don't like the way the gear shifts behave though. I think I know what I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to lerp for the RPMs. I did that before. I don't know. At least it's a little bit more clear. What isn't too clear is like the gear shifting. Like, well, I guess it is. I think when I'm gonna have to do something about the max RPM. I think the red line might be too much of a high target. So I may have to make a curve. So for it to reach yeah, I'm gonna have to put a curve in there somewhere. But at least it's making sense. It's linear. It's feeling linear. Doesn't feel very good, but it's okay. What's feeling bad here is the roll. That's why I had the speed influence, because I'm trying to make the roll less when I'm going faster. Otherwise, the car's going to be very unstable at high speeds. So, and even if you put more gravity, it becomes worse, because then the friction, the grip increases, and the car even turns more. So now the car, yeah, it's going to roll too much. But I think 0.3 is going to be the ideal though, because when I do kind of go into these drifties, it's kind of nice to be at 0.3. And I've already played around a while with static values. And 0.3 is a nice balance for like drift mode. Like if there's just, it doesn't make sense for this track. It's kind of like, oh, this is asphalt. It's supposed to be sticky, right? So why are you drifting so damn much? Uh, without the RPMs going crazy. At least now it's kind of behaving, right? You can kind of imagine all this smoke, cars just like power drifting. But long story short, 0.3 would be nice for like a short rally dirt. But low speeds, if you go fast, it's gonna be unstable. Okay, I'll have to do something about the max RPM later in this kind of like curve with the friction, because I have a couple other things to add, right? This so okay. We're gonna start getting into like lerps of lerps, and I know there's some sites out there that can help visualize what's going on, but I want to play hard mode. Okay, I'm starting to get distracted playing the game, damn thing. So let's see what's gonna happen there. I'm kind of liking, now it's making sense. The last time it wasn't making sense, and at the beginning of the stream when I was reviewing this, it was a very big mess. It was kind of working accidentally, I think, or coincidentally. But now it's much more making sense, more stable, more uniform into terms with the grip. So I think I can now add the speed sensitive roll. But first, let me do something else here. But first, I'm going to go back to current RPM is going to be equal to the engine. So we're going to ignore the slipping again. So the RPM should stay lower. But I really want to hear is the gears shift. When I shift gears, like very quickly, I want to know it by the sound. Yeah, like that. Okay. That's what I want to make sure. So if I go fast in third, and then down, exactly. So you get that, exactly. That's what I want to make sure. So my theory, I think, is kind of correct. The target RPM is kind of tending to be very high. It's kind of tending to be very high. I could divide this by something or reduce it, like the total grip, even lower. I don't know. Let me try it just to see. Maybe that's the thing, but I don't know. I think I need to do is kind of like make a curve instead of being like a linear interpolation, a curve. Let's see. Especially when it's in drift mode, if I shift up or down, you don't notice. So you lose that, you lose that kind of like. See? Because there's always some sort of level, some slippage occurring. Okay. So by putting that lower, right, I'm gonna get lower numbers. I don't know, man. I don't know. This was kind of weird because now it's not giving me that vibe when I'm power drifting, quote unquote, right? It should be like, let's see. Let me go put it in first and see if I can power drift a little. Do a donut. I should be able to do a donut. Yeah, see, I can't do the donut. Oops. Yeah, because it's losing grip, RPMs drop, torque drops. That's the problem. I can't have this too low because of that. Now, if I do this, I should be able to like do a donut in theory, unless the roll influence gets in the way. But at least the RPMs should keep high. There we go. See, it's getting there. This is probably the roll influence getting in the way, almost for sure. Oh, this is a pain in the ass because there's so many variables and one influences the other. It's kind of a delicate balance, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Um. Okay, let's see. Okay. So the skid, that's actually good news to me because that means the skid's not that. The roll is the sorry, I said skid. The roll isn't completely taking over then. Good. So this means I probably might bump it up to point two, or maybe the minimum just can't be zero. The minimum might just have to be a little bit higher, um, because then you get that weird understeer. Like, bro, I have the wheel completely turned around. I should be able to make a little donut here. No, this is an RPM problem, power problem. This is a power problem, completely a power problem. Keep that down. Come back over here. We definitely need to give it more influence. And I need a slider here to give this influence, right? So times, I think I can multiply this, right? Average grip one. How is this going to work? Here comes that math thing. I think I'm going to end up doing a lerp of a lerp. Average grip then should be between average and one, depending on the average. That doesn't make sense. So the higher the average grip, no. I think I'm just going to make another hard cutoff here. So this is what I do. This is kind of how I figure things out sometimes. I'm trying to avoid getting into boring loopholes, um, where it's just kind of like changing thing, run, change thing, run, but it's kind of how it has to be sometimes. Um, oh, I'm also missing the engine load factor, and that does make a difference because it is somewhat simulating the inertia of the engine, which is based on the engine components, the camshaft, the headers, the headers. I'm not going to remember all the names of stuff, but all the internal components of the engine that rotate, that add mass, that adds inertia in a angular acceleration. So what that means is, right, the end when you step on the pedal, right, even in neutral, the engine takes a while to speed up, and then when you take the gas away, it takes a little bit to go down. It's not instant changing RPM. The lighter the internal components, the faster it responds. It's kind of like that's actually what throttle response is. So let me think about this for a minute here. Let me just stare at this and think about it. I'll be vocalizing. hopefully not confusing myself. But I really do need to kind of figure this out. I need to look at other people's code a little more. Um, or you know what? I can just ask the bots. I'm gonna probably end up asking the LLM here because this is kind of common stuff, and I get so lost in some of these details, especially when they're like rows and columns, X and Y's, 0 to 1s, 1 to 0s. I get lost in them. Um, because I feel like this line 117 is really kind of my issue, right? I think that's not right. It's kind of working out by accident. Um, yeah, because it has enough power to do a donut in first gear, pure and simple. Hey, Rex, 2RO. Hello, man. How's Godot 3D going for? Hey, it's actually going pretty good. To be honest, I am way more surprised that I got this far. In actually not that much time. Um, right now, I'm kind of dealing with car physics stuff, but the 3D part, I've actually kind of going okay. I have a whole kind of roadmap going right now. The objectives are kind of dirty learning, just kind of playing stuff, break stuff. If I come to here to the main scene, this is kind of the map. I made it in Blender. This one's actually the ugly map. I call it the ugly map because, well, it's ugly. It's just a scale, more as a scale. And I made it in Blender, exported into here. So the mesh is actually kind of the important thing here. It's high detailed, so that way the physics and the suspension and all that good stuff come into play. I do have these other map. These are like different ways of importing. I think this is the prettier one. The problem with this one is that the scale is a little too large, meaning these rocks are actually freaking huge, which actually is really nice for like a dune buggy kind of car. And actually, I do have one of these kind of prepared for this map that behaves real nice, but it's like the scale, it's a huge truck, actually, like a monster truck. You would have to be more like that. Otherwise, you're going to run into these rocks. But this one, I would say, is the prettier one. I built it in Blender. I baked the textures and basically just have this as a single PBR. It's basically a huge 8K texture. uh, but it allowed me to basically do texture painting inside of Blender. Actually, I can show that if you're curious, because this is kind of part of the workflow stuff. And I know this isn't the ideal, but for now, it's going to be fine. Uh, for the future, I'm going to have to deal with like open, bigger maps. This is not going to be very scalable. It's going to be too huge and too much overhead. But for now, it's just fine. I do have this other version here actually that I made in the shader editor. It's basically doing the same thing I'm doing in Blender. I didn't actually build it all out because I was being lazy and I just wanted to kind of get the theory. Here I kind of do the texture painting here. See, this is the map definition basically, where the darker parts are mud and the lighter parts are the dry rock. Okay, so this affects the displacement, it affects the actual mesh. So there's a lot of like interconnected parts here. Well, here doesn't have displacement, but anyway, the problem was there's going to be a lot of overhead and runtime, right? Because it's going to be kind of like on the fly, which is kind of like, this is basically static texture. So, oops, I opened the wrong Blender project. Oops. Oops. Let me go here, open recent. It's one of these. I hope my computer doesn't freak out. Because I think I may have added like extra assets that were a little obnoxious here. Because I can see my computer is not enjoying opening this project. There we go. This is the more birdy one. And this is kind of like building the world is going to always be, this workflow is always going to be tricky, right? But since I'm kind of focusing on a car game, I want to really make sure what you see in terms of like the terrain, bumpiness. Like if you see a rock, you run over it, it's going to be bumpy. If it's smooth, so it's going to be very tied together with the texture, right? So I'm trying to make it a way where I can blend between different things, like loose gravel with some asphalt, with some mud or whatever. Yeah, this is kind of heavy for sure. I know I'm doing things I'm not ideal. It's Man, this is crazy. Because I do some subdivides, get the polygon super high, apply some of the logic, and then decimate to reduce the polygons again. And that whole process is very heavy. Usually, when I'm actually, yeah, there it goes. It just snapped into life. It's going to come back. It's going to kick in here. We just may have to come back here in a second, or I may have to turn off a couple things in the background. Let's just wait a couple more seconds here because it should be good. Once it comes to life, I'll disable the subdivisions and things will be a little bit snappier. Are you good? Are you good? There we go. There we go. Okay. I might have been compiling shaders too. Let me come in here. Yeah, see, I do some shenanigans, and that can definitely make things a little slower. Okay, there it is. It's just loading the things in. So yeah, this is kind of like the ideal. Obviously in Blender it looks way better. But the whole magic here is that I can, based on a single texture, I can paint basically and sculpt the map kind of how I want. Yeah, you can see like there's a very high density mesh here because it's huge. This is kind of like almost a square kilometer or half a square kilometer. So it's kind of a large area. Yeah, half a square kilometer. But the mesh becomes very detailed. This is mostly like a big sculpting. And then you can see like the dark parts are the mud and the white parts are going to, no, the white is the mud and the black is kind of like the dry. And here you get a little bit of a mixture. So then when we actually look at it, and so what I do then is I bake this texture, right? I bake this texture that's already mixed in, and then I export it, and then just apply it as into the mesh in Godot. So yeah, that's kind of like the workflow I'm dealing with now. But I'm on a learning expedition, so I know this is not good or perfect for scaling, but I'm not making a MVP or anything. This is really kind of like learning, finding the bottlenecks, so then I can kind of focus on finding a solution in different stages. So once I kind of I export all. I can actually show you here. There's two parts to it. There's the geometry nodes, but these are relatively simple. It's just basically for the displacement map, to actually displace the rocks and stuff. And then the shader is actually what's more complicated. The shader is a mess. Right now I only have two, mud or stones. And then it blends it together based on the roadmap here. So the part here. So the darker parts get one, the other ones get there. And it's just mixing the PBRs here. So then I kind of come here and bake these out because these are not standard PBR stuff. And that's actually what I was doing here, experimenting in Godot was here. But I'm going to not do it this way because it's going to be very heavy on the runtime for the computer. Trying to be dynamic. If it was like a dynamic terrain or something, yeah, but no, I'm going to eventually abandon it. Although it was actually kind of going to produce pretty good results. Although these are ugly because I don't have all the PBRs, but it was going to get there. And probably will look better than this. But whatever. This is just another version of a flat texture here. I think this is also just another blending thing. See, just kind of like painting things on top of each other. I think this one's just a regular old PBR stuff. So different kind of experiments here. So that's why I'm kind of focusing right now is on this map, which is a little bit more flatter. Oh, no, not that one. That's the raw. Yeah, this one here. This is kind of like just my testing ground. So I'm tweaking other things. So yeah, that's kind of like the rundown of where I'm at, basically. And yeah, I'm actually really surprised with Godot's engine. Even the cars right now are just using basic vehicle body and vehicle wheel objects. To be honest, it's both sides. I'm impressed, and it's also buggy. There's limitations for sure. But even with the way it works, I was actually able to make a fun version of the game. I was actually losing a lot of hours in here, just like drifting around, playing around. It was fun. It was fun. So now I'm kind of pushing it a little bit more, and I can kind of see it cracking a little bit. But I'm also probably abusing it, not the best way. But yeah, cool. For the future, I'm considering maybe abandoning the built-in here. Because it's there's other ones that are better. And the Jolt has actually one in here for the Jolt engine. Yeah, there's alternatives. Thinking I might end up building it from scratch. But for now, I'm just basing it off here. Oh, I appreciate it, man. Thanks for the words. Good progress, man. By the look of it, you actually learned a lot. Yeah, I did. I've used Godot a little bit in the past, but I basically just started with the tutorials. Actually, that's why it's called Squash the Creeps, because this was literally the tutorial for the 3D. And then I just kind of took it from there, and now it's this massive trash heap of experiments and bits and pieces. That's why I'm saying this whole project will eventually get thrown away, and it's in my little roadmap here. This is phase one, which is kind of like making the mess, playing in a playpen, figuring things out. And then for phase two will literally be new project. Let's start this more serious. And heck, if things keep going this way, I'm definitely excited to make a more complete game. I definitely have visions sometimes of things and how I would like this to be. A kind of mix between Simcade kind of thing. I do like simulators, car simulators, but I don't want to go completely there. The sound right now is very basic. It's just like from one of the tutorial things. I don't think I'm going to do it at this phase because I'm not too familiar with C++ or C Sharp. But there is this, it'll be easier if I just show it on YouTube. But I already have some of the code. I have the applications called Engine Simulator. I mean, great name, right? Engine Simulator. Let me just look it up. Yeah, here he is. Let me bring this up. The only downside is it's a bit CPU heavy. It's a bit CPU heavy, but man, does it sound freaking good. It's by Ang the Great. It's open source. I have some of the code. I'm thinking I might be able to like just take the engine because a lot of the overhead too is all these other things around that are being simulated and stuff and visualized that I don't necessarily need. So I'm thinking maybe for phase two I might try to use it, but yeah, this goes crazy. It simulates everything from the cams, the valves, the rocker arms, the crankcase. I think even turbo, manifold pressure, load. It's crazy. It's crazy. But look at how it sounds, or hear how it sounds, I guess. I don't know, but that gets me excited listening to that. I'm I'm enjoying listening to that. This sounds fantastic. This is like a Chevy 454 V8.
Hey, what's up, guys?
So yeah, this guy is crazy. He's really good. He has all sorts of advanced simulators. He has actually a game which is a Steam simulator on Steam, which is really awesome. So like I was saying, this is really complicated. It's really in depth. I've looked a bit at the code. I actually have some of these files here. This is the make file for it. But yeah, you even simulate the ignition system and everything. So there's a lot, like the cam bank angles and everything, the low profiles for the camshaft, because all that affects how the car is going to sound. So it's crazy, and it's actually pretty intense on how even to build an engine in his thing. But it sounds great. It sounds great.
Guys,
This is a radial engine. Let me
last-
see if some different ones here. Let's listen to a Ferrari.
Flat plane V8s are more common from European flat plane. Next, let's take a look at a 9-cylinder.
That just sounds amazing. So anyway, ooh, let's look at the form. I don't think I've seen this one, or maybe I have. I don't remember. He's come up with a bunch of them 2 years ago. I probably did. Just don't remember.
All right, the final thing.
Oh, that sounds crazy already. And this is like the raw sound, so it's not even like being processed in terms of, ooh, it's not even being processed in terms of like ambience, like room displacement, like an impulse response, reverb. So this is just like the raw engine sound in a way. So this is even more crazy, because then you still have to add some more layers to this. Oh my god. Okay. I'm enjoying that too much. I'm enjoying that too much. So yeah, that's long-term far goal for now. There's a learning curve with C++ and C# there. I think in theory it should be possible, but it's going to be a black hole and a deep hole, and I'm not quite ready to take that jump yet. But sooner or later, I think I'm going to do something. For now, I'm probably going to just do. I might sample it for sure. I think I'm going to start with sampling it. I'll just take some samples of that, and then mix it. Like I do some Fruity Loop stuff, so I know some VST things. I might just sample it, put there some effects, and then export some layers, and then mix the layers up in here. I'm not going to go too crazy, but at least substitute whatever I have now. But I'll deal with the sound improvements a little later. The sound now is just to kind of help understand like the RPMs and how the engine's behaving. Whew. I know that thing sounds crazy. I do love that guy. His profile, that simulator is insane. Let me show you the GitHub. I have it here, but then I have to open up VS Code, and my computer's already kind of getting loaded here. But yeah, it's kind of crazy. I'm not too familiar with C++. I haven't done it in tons of years, but I already have it kind of building. I already got most of it here, so I'm just kind of trying to build it right now to kind of build the actual simulator as it is. but I've already been looking at it. It looks like it's very modular, so in theory, I should be able to just build a hook or build hooks, and then be able to kind of hack it together. Um, if I can just hack it together, I'll be happy. But as you can just see here by the files, man, it's got a lot of detail. Cylinder heads, the cylinder banks, the connecting rods, combustion chamber. It has even rotary engines. He makes some rotary engine sounds too. It's freaking crazy. Um, so yeah, it's really really intense. This goes insane. I looked at his repos. I think he has like what was it? Maya? What was it? Mantaflow? What was it? Manta Ray. Which I was like, damn. Is this the Manta Ray? As in the Manta Ray used in Blender? Because that's freaking insane. But either way, this guy is way more guru than I am for sure. But whatever, man. We learn with the greats. And he's ain't the great. It looks like it's MIT license. At least, I mean, I'll reach out to him, of course, if I do want to make this into a full blown licensed game or whatever. But it's MIT license, so in theory, it should be cool. But I'll definitely reach out to him if I do get to that point for sure. For sure, that would be definitely something to get involved with. Um, hey, I'm glad you're liking this because this stuff is very exciting for me for sure. Um, it's definitely motivating. Definitely motivating. So that's kind of like the game plan here. I have a whole bunch of things I kind of want to do, but one thing at a time. One thing at a time. I already got kind of the general parts. In a way, if I wanted to, like if I had to make a product or whatever, I had enough to kind of piece together a kind of fun game. But I definitely want to go back, improve the workflow, the code. This is becoming a mess. Um, yeah. So that's where we are. If you're interested in this kind of stuff, because I do, right now I'm kind of focusing on Godot, on Godot in this game thing. But I do from time to time other things. I like to learn and experiment. I'm really wanting to play with more Touch Designer and some DaVinci stuff and more Blender. I've done some music visualizers for Blender and some other things. So if this kind of stuff, if you're into this kind of stuff, um, I do have a Discord, and you can always check me out live. I do try to get at least a couple streams a week, and usually pretty long streams. Once I get going, get in the zone. Uh, where was I? Oh, here we are. I can also get very distracted very easily as well. So yeah. Bum. Actually, while I'm at it, I can do a little bit of a plug. Um, this was the yeah, I did make a little video. This was the where are you? Uh, yeah, I guess I can show this one, this clip here. I made this little visualizer. I actually made it a couple times. Uh, Never happy with it, but basically, based off a different what's his name? Uh, this guy's this from the Blender conference. Awesome talk, an awesome video. He worked with Jake Collier on this visualizer, and he had basically made some geometry nodes. I kind of go through the video and explain it, and I played with it and explored. And I'm learning Blender too, so mines aren't as pretty. But I kind of broke down. I shared the files as well, so the music and things that I used. But I kind of gave it a little work down on like how it works, the quick and dirty, kind of like how to use it. You don't necessarily have to understand like the details of like all the math and stuff like that. But I do go over like importing the files, see like I had different audio files and turning into triggers, and then to control like okay, in this case the shaping. This one I think is the kick or whatever. So whenever it's something, so how you can control the reactivity. So yeah, I do kind of explore and experiment with these kinds of different things, and like to kind of share the adventure. So kind of mess around with Blender. I do like to kind of like get lost and experiment and play around. I've tried making a couple other things a little bit more, but yeah, it's kind of a learning process, and I'm sharing. So feel free to kind of check those out too. Okay, so where were we? As much as I like Blender and I wouldn't mind, I do need to make another track, but I don't think I'm going to do that today. I'm kind of wanting to get this whole engine thing squared away, this RPM thing. So then, so that way I can make a better track. I do want to get into making dirt, but one thing at a time. Right now, I am lacking power due to the RPMs dropping too much. But see, this is probably why I need to make this somewhat dynamic and dependent on speed as well. Because ideally, I don't know, the slip, maybe not. I keep calling it slip and I use grip, but whatever. Oh my goodness. See, even though I closed Blender, my computer is still freaking out. Let me see, did it actually completely go away or not? Let me go ahead and save. And let's just try it again. No. Hang on. Let me check my. I think I have something still in the background. Chrome, why are you freaking out? It's Chrome for some damn reason decided to. Oh boy. I don't know what it is. Something gets overloaded, and then it freaks out the other applications that are using the graphics card. I actually don't think it's. Hang on a second. Don't think it's Chrome's fault. Because other. There we go. Where were you? Hang on a minute. Just a second. There you are. Okay, I think it's freaks out, but it's not its fault. Okay, if needed, I'll turn this off. Let's turn this off. Okay. Oh, goodness. It's gonna freak out. It's not gonna work. It's gonna be glitchy. I'll restart Godot, but I'm pretty sure it's not its fault. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, so this was working kind of before. Exactly. It's underpowering on the slips. And I left it at 0.1, right? Yeah, 0.1. Okay. I thought I had left it at 0.1 and it was fine. What's going on? It's not the skidding, is it? Yeah, it's the skidding, right? No, because we tested that before. Yeah, we tested this before. Let's take a look here. Wheel, no. Down here, current RPM. Let's see, get torque, engine low. No, that's not it here. Bum. Something smells funny. Something smells funny. I'm gonna bump it up here. I'm starting to get the feeling that I changed something else, and then I'm not remembering now. Let me go ahead and just put it to 0.3. And I'm going to keep it, I don't know. This is going to be something that's going to be tweaked as we go. And eventually, these are actually going to probably be like base values for the car that are adjusted. I don't know. I don't know yet. It's affecting it the other way around. This is annoying. Oh, I know what's going on. This is not the first time I've gotten to this damn problem. It's not because of that. It's the damn roll influence. It's the damn roll influence, I bet you. It's not even going through here, but the roll influence right now is probably really low. The defaults value. I bet you that's what it is. It's not the first time that I've gotten to this looking at the wrong thing. Yeah, it's starting to turn a little more. I'm also at 1.2 of torque of the diff. Yeah, at the end. 1.2, I was getting it. Let me take a look here. The wheels have a 0.3 default, so that's not making too much sense here. Or am I gonna have to put like it's at slow speeds it's at 1 and high speeds it's at 0? I think so. I think that's what I'm gonna have to do because now it's doing a donut easy, of course. Actually, why is it so grippy? Oh, dang it. See, there's a lot of variables that are connected together, and one's influence the others. Let me just double check here. I didn't have to restart, but that's okay. Yeah, I thought so. It's the center of mass as well. I keep forgetting that as well. That's another thing that I have to take in consideration. I will eventually probably leave it on auto. Ideally, I want to leave it on auto because it does provide some really nice feedback. The problem is it's very finicky. Yeah. This is a lot more what I was thinking. Okay. Let's leave it on auto. Let's go back to the default value. I'm at roll of 1. Let's put the roll to 0.3. And I want to make a donut. It's kind of important in a way because it kind of shows that it's able to turn the appropriate radius. Yeah. It was the center of gravity that was tripping it up. Now it's actually too much. So now 0.1. Let's try 0.1. Whoa, what's going on here? Oh yeah, now it's not turning. It's crazy. From 0.1 to 0.3, it makes such a huge difference. Look at that difference. From 0.1 to 0.3. And I think this is the one that it says, oh, start off with like 16 or something. It's like, what? Or is it the friction slip? Or the default value is 10. It's crazy. So this is going to end up being like 0.3 is like the maximum. But the irony here is at low speeds, I want high roll influence. Is that what it is? And at high speed, the roll influence goes down. Is that realistic? Even if it's not realistic, I'm probably going to have to do it for stability. Probably no. I'm almost for sure going to have to do it for stability. Let me just double check the collision shapes and make sure that they're in their not transforms on them. And they're symmetrical. Where's the other one? There it is. Yeah, we're good to go on those. So 0.3. Okay. And you can hear it going over every little damn bump. That's kind of overblown too. But let's deal with that later. So now processing the skid, the minimum is going to 0.0 is going to be too low. Almost for sure 0.0 is going to be too low. This is based on grip, right? So more grip means less roll. I'm not really basing it on speed yet. The speed is going to be something else because this is going to be based, right now I'm basing it on grip. Maybe I need to base it on just speed, or maybe I need to base it on a mixture of the two. I don't know. Let's see what happens with just this. It's struggling, but it can get there. And like I was saying, I think 0 is going to be too much. That's fine. And they're kind of going with what I suspected. Now, is this assumption correct? I already played with it before, and I did not like it when it was backwards. But just because I didn't like it doesn't mean it's not right. Because it could be right and something else is wrong. But let's think about it. If I have more grip, I should have more roll. I think that makes sense. But it behaves so weird. Understeers like crazy. See, now I can even drift. Only at like higher speeds. So yeah, like that's the conclusion I came to a little while ago. Was that this backwards is what works better. Although for some reason it vibes me the wrong way, but this whole damn thing is weird. I looked at the source code for this too. I'm not gonna go hunt it down now, but I did look at the source code for that, and yeah, I don't know, bro. I don't know the history. I just know that even in the comments there was like some stuff like this was a fix involved. the new version of Godot has like the latest and everything. I found some old videos, tutorial types, and I don't know. It's always kind of to come down to like play with it until it works. And to be honest, for a simple game, right? For a simple like this, the purpose of this thing is to be driving. But a lot of games, it's just a vehicle, like as part of a game mechanic. It's not necessarily part of the game design. Right here, the driving is part of the game design. It's part of everything. If you just wanted like a vehicle, it's for example like a four wheeler or an ATV, man. You don't want that damn thing flipping over every 5 seconds. You of course you're gonna make it more arcadey and stuff. Like, you're just gonna tweak the values to make it work and let's go. I'm just being a little bit more critical because to me, for this kind of game, it's important. That's part of the challenge, right? It's kind of like it's realistic. It understeers, it oversteers. You can drift and you can do jumps and different things. So, long story short, that's why I think this role influence thing is kind of like backwards, but maybe it's backwards just because like then in the code behind the scenes it lines up. I don't know. Or I'm doing it bad. Sometimes it's kind of like I was saying with rows and columns, X's and Y's. Sometimes you get things backwards, but you get them, they cancel out. And it works. I don't know. It's getting late, and I'm starting to get to that point where we just go with the flow. So this way is kind of nice. It's too low. I expected it. I think I am going to have to do some sort of speed factorization here so that the faster you go, the less roll. I'm going to have to do that. Yeah. But I'm not too worried right now with high speed. Let's see how it behaves at lower speeds. Lower speeds with like a shit ton of torque. Yeah, that's why you should be able to drift. See, it's way overpowered, but whatever. I'll deal with the power later. Mid speed is pretty good. High speed's gonna be a mess. I can't even get to high speed. Yeah, exactly. So I'm probably gonna do some stuff there. The RPMs are not sounding right again, but whatever. One thing at a time. I keep saying one thing at a time. Yeah, just. I think I put the value up higher. It needs to be at 0.1. Yeah. Yeah, but the handling is a lot better. It's a little bit more stable. It's still a little winicky at the high end, but it's a lot better. But since I don't have the downforce being applied, it's misleading because once you apply the downforce, you're going to get a lot more grip and go a lot faster too. But you're also going to lose a lot more control because then it's going to be more sensitive to this. So the faster you go, the less you can get to, period. So the maximum here is basically going to be a LARP between the minimum and some value, right? The faster you go, the lower the roll. And I'm doing 0.3 for now because 0.3 feels pretty okay. I've played with 0.3 in the past as a static value and spent plenty of hours drifting around on that other map over rocks and crap. It was so good. The only problem is that at high speeds you start losing control like hell. So this is what I don't understand. What the hell? It's because it's a vector, but all I need is my linear velocity in the x direction, in the z-axis, right? Yeah. Because the z-axis here is the, wait a minute. The speed vector. So x, what's the This is kind of odd. Oh no, clamp. Gotcha. 0 to that. Right? It's value. Where are you? I clicked on you and you brought me over here. Come on, clamp. The value minimum and maximum. So value minimum and maximum. The value, so this is just reducing it down. Is that it? The clamp. I don't know why it's. Oh, to bring it to meter. I don't. Yeah, why is it doing that? This should be already in meters per second. Okay. Okay. I think I get it. Anything above 20 meters per second, right? It'll be greater than 1. It clamps to this. Okay, I get it. I get it. I get it. So once I get to 20 meters per second, I should feel the roll influence go down. Yeah. And it'll be exaggerated, right? 20 meters per second in this car, the way it is configured with the engine power, it's going to be relatively easy to get to. So I should notice it fairly soon, right? So make a donut. Now the roll is down. Whoa, 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 whoa. I may have to lower even more to 0 because I'm feeling a lot of roll. Or is it just the grip? It might just be the grip. I don't know. Something smells fishy. Let me just print this out. Speed factor. And I'll put the minimum to 0. Again, it's based, okay, so the roll is based on grip, but the values that the grip, the controls is based on speed. Yeah. I think that's okay. I don't know if it's realistic, but I think it's going to give me what I want. See, that's what I thought. Speed says 0.35. What the hell's 0.35? What the hell am I looking at? Linear velocity, not length. Linear velocity. The linear velocity. It's where I'm heading, exactly. What did I do before? I know somewhere else I did something, didn't I? Yeah, the braking. What did I do with the braking? The braking somewhere around here. Oh, I did it based off the damn RPMs, not the. I did before, and there it is. Speed. Still doing the same kind of thing. Speed ratio. What did I do here? Okay. I get it. It's a 0. Okay, I get it. It's a ratio between 0 and 1, where 1 will represent this number, I think. Yeah, that's the speed factor. That means that when I get to 20 meters per second, that should be a 1. Right? Yep, that's it. And it clamps at 1. Okay. There goes those crazy flips. Because the roll influence is low. That's going to be, I think I'm going to have to also start playing with the wheel friction here. I think that my issues at high speed might be more the friction and not necessarily the roll influence. But it did behave. It did do what it was supposed to, though. For starters, I think this is too low, but that's fine. I'm just wanting to be exaggerated for now to make sure that the logic and reasoning is making sense. Or maybe the 0 is a glitch. I don't think you can put a 0 there, to be honest, because now it's actually behaving really nice. It's a little exaggerated, but at high speeds, it's understeering. And then, well, now I'm at low speed again. But look at that. I'm definitely having a harder time starting to drift, even at 16. Okay, now at 20. But I definitely fishtailed. I don't know, man. I'm liking that. I'm liking it. It's a little too much, but yeah, it's much more stable at high speeds. That lump, I don't know. Sometimes I'm happy that I made this track overly bumpy, exactly for these kind of tests. But it's some. What's going on? Is it just the downforce? I think it's just lack of friction at high speed now. Yeah. A handbrake would come in handy, but I'm essentially losing traction due to power, I think. Like spinning, yeah, torque spinning. Lack of downforce. Long story short. Yeah, I think so. At least from a roll perspective, I think I'm feeling a lot better. I need a straightaway. I need a better test track. That's gonna be coming up soon. I don't know. It's still a little sensitive to the input, but things aren't perfectly balanced. So that was a lot better. And that's what I'm saying. 0. I don't think it can have a 0. Let me try it again. I want to make sure I'm not going crazy. I think 0. I don't know if it divides by 0 or goes into some kind of failsafe. No, I was just tripping. Yeah, I was just tripping earlier. I think I'm going to want to go to 0, but a much higher speed for sure. It's going to flip if I go into the dirt for sure. If I even get that fast. Because it's being too reactive. It's doing that steering sensitivity thing. Basically, yeah, you can even see the suspension. It's digging in. I know exactly what it's doing because I've spent many hours in the other map dealing with the same thing with the static values way before I had any code manipulating things. It's basically digging in too much because it's without any roll influence. The reason why it flips over is because it shifts all the weight to one side. So we can imagine whatever your vehicle is, all the weight goes to one side of the vehicle, and so it's going to want to flip from the other side because it's going to pivot. And so 0 roll influence is not good. I think that's where the bug comes into play, and I guess it makes sense. Something must be dividing by it or something somewhere, maybe. I don't know. I'm just assuming. I don't know. It kind of makes sense in my head. Okay, so I think I'm going to leave it at 0.1. I'm kind of debating. I think I'm going to add at 100 miles an hour or 100 meters per second. Let me look at 100 miles per hour. At what speed should this start taking influence? 20 meters per second is right where it starts getting red, right? think that's the cutoff for red too, right? Oh my god, get there. Not really. So I'll put it at 100 kilometers an hour. Let's try 100 kilometers an hour. Because I am such a noob. Let's see, convert 100 kilometers per hour to meters per second. That's about 27. Okay. So I'll put it at 30. I'll put it a little bit 30. Okay. So maybe I do need to put it a little bit higher then. Oh, it's right here. It says right here around 72. I'm so stupid. Then let's put double. Because I'm feeling it like very strongly. And all these are linear interpolations, so let's just see what happens. That was nice. I was able to drift out. Seems like I lost my drifting capability. But yeah, my suspension's bothering me out. If you look here, some of these whites disappear, which means, see, it's kind of bottoming out the suspension there, which makes it unstable. But that's the center of gravity stuff. You can even see the wheels tilt with the roll. It's actually really pretty interesting and accurate. That's what I'm surprised about Godot. Oh yeah, this feels way better. I was distracted there. Understeer. Look at that understeer. It's beautiful understeer. And it actually feels kind of right. It feels like proper understeer. Look at that. It's a little too much. And let me think about this for a minute. I'm really just adjusting the maximum value, right? Yeah, the minimum value is basically clamped. So I may actually need to put up the threshold higher. I can still power drift, right? Let me try power drift in the S curve. Staying in second gear, I mean that can happen, right? Because your wheels are more torquey. You lose traction sooner. I'm losing control. Let's try power drifting here. Yeah, getting into a turn, you're gonna have to play with the throttle, shifting the weight. It feels right. It feels pretty good, actually. Considering what the engine's doing. And it is bottoming out once in a while. See, it seems a little too stiff still. And I'm only going 15. Yeah, basically the roll needs to go down, but like way more high speed. Like, what, 300 kilometers per, like closer to 300, right? So basically, you almost should never reach it. Basically, is what I'm thinking. Yeah, totally made a difference there. Yeah. Oopsies, I fell off the map. Okay, so 40 and 80. 80 seems to start to be too much. Okay, but because now I can't even get into the high-speed regime. Like, yeah, now it's not even understeering much at all. So between 40, let's try 60. Oh yeah, that seems to be better. That's a hump, so that's why I mean this track's a little too bumpy in some places. Kind of good to test exactly this. I might just be more my suspension. That's another thing too, though. I can't. The suspension is not too finely tunable. I can only work with what I got. Okay. Not too bad. And I have it on auto center of gravity, and it's behaving like this. I'm actually pretty okay with this. I bet you if I turn it to custom, it's going to be much more stable. And it might drift sooner. Let's see. I'll put this to here. Oh, yeah, I knew it. Yeah, even Jesus just went up and grip. I may just bring it back down to 40 now. The center of gravity thing is going to be a big hassle. But I have to kind of find a balance between both of them, though. It's kind of 40 wasn't too bad for the other one, but I have to find a balance between them because I'm gonna be able to tweak the auto a little more, but I can't do too much. I can't even programmatically change it. In theory, I can, but it's too much of a hassle. See, so 40 for this one is actually being too much. I bet you. It kind of makes sense because center of gravity is going to affect roll, right? Yeah, now it makes more sense there. Yeah. Yeah, but it doesn't feel as nice. It was feeling nicer the way it was. So I'm going to leave it at 40. We're going to put it on auto because, to be honest, auto is kind of like the goal if it can get there. So let's see here. Just a quick review. I'm going to take a break here soon. Won't be a long one, but let's see. Okay. Where was I? Getting distracted. Um. Okay, we'll leave it how it was, how it is. This seems to be pretty good. Let me drive around again just to confirm that I'm in the state that I'm thinking about in my head. Yeah, immediately can feel the difference. So yeah, immediately. And it's just too much torque. I know that the part of the problem is probably just the power distribution. Because I think I'm giving power too much per frame, but whatever. I can kind of tell. Yeah, this RPM thing is still not quite there. Because like I just shift up and it's too high in drift mode. Did I change that? Yeah, 0.1. Ugh, I don't know, man. This value is driving me crazy. 40 was fine. I'm gonna have to add gravity soon. And gravity's gonna screw everything up. At least I made some progress in understanding, cleaning some stuff up. Whoa, what the hell was that? Or I may end up faking the sound completely. I think some games do that too. What you hear and what you see in the RPMs are not necessarily what is being produced. Um, some games just kind of like you hear the RPMs changing, but doesn't necessarily correspond to what's being produced in the wheels of the end card. But I don't want to do that. I'm trying to get away with that. Oh, that's better. Yeah. Whoa, that was instability. I was going super fast though. I can still kind of get in the drift here. Just the RPMs don't seem to. Yeah, I either get one way or not the other. Now it seems like it's too much. Okay, I see. Okay. The gripping is a little nicer. Gripper is way better. But I bet you I can't do a donut now. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. But we're getting there. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. This does have to be a pretty low value. And I think that's going to somewhat get me away with quote unquote faking friction, static friction, and kinetic friction. It's going to be like, yeah, whatever. But the problem is the sound. The RPM goes up. I may actually have to do like two different things, or just have. I think I see. Maybe when I do the applying the engine force, I need to kind of subtract it, so that way the RPMs can go up, but the engine force getting distributed needs to be less. Yeah, but I'm not going to do that now, and it's actually going to screw this up. I don't know, man. I don't know. Let me put this at very fast. I know it's going to be annoying, but I need to hear. I need to see it reacting. Yeah. I remember what it is. I got it. I remember what it is. I'm gonna have to put a floor on the skid values, or a more complex threshold. That was actually pretty good to help me figure that out. The I know what's going on. I know what's going on. This goes to zero very quickly, especially in auto center of mass distribution. Um, it's that whole thing where one side gets too much weight, blah 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 blah. So I basically need to do it on both sides. I'm doing here is I got it. It needs to be lower than a certain number, right? This needs to be less than that in order for it to count as quote unquote being skidding. but that also means this has a minimum value. It has to be clamp from, that's the from. It's always going to be from 0.1 and whatever to 1. Yeah. Doesn't that just make it always 0.1? Yeah, it does. But maybe I can do like 0.1. We'll see. It should calm it down here. Because now it's not. The hell's going on again? I think I'm starting to wear down. I think in order to model what I want, I'm gonna have to go and make my own thing. This is gonna be a pain in the ass. I'll leave it like this, but I'm learning. All right. I'm gonna zone out for a minute here, try figuring some stuff out.
Stay focused, man's on a mission. Wavy like the ocean, ain't got time for inhibition. Eyes on a prize, lock it in your vision. Straight up, man, that's gotta make a decision. Stay focused, man, I gotta go. Can't be going slow. Gotta take the lead and I gotta steal the show. It's a straight up madness, you know how we roll. Give me that. Straight up madness, you know how we roll. Give me that. Yeah, man, I gotta stay focused. In the dance, I'm zoning. Back then, they didn't take notice. So on job, I deserve a bonus. So many bars, no folders. Chopping it up with the orders. On the ones and twos, on mic controlling. Yeah, I got a gal going crazy. And the man, them on 1 2. Don't know about you, but man, need a drink, I make it free. Thought I was gonna say 2, but the rave looking like a zoo. Gotta finish what I started, cause that's the way we do. Stay focused, man, I gotta go. Can't be going backwards, I can't be going slow. Gotta take the lead and I gotta steal the show. It's a straight up madness, you know how we roll. Give me that. Straight up madness, you know how we roll. Give me that. Straight up madness, you know how we roll.
Falling short, diving deep. Where is the water taking me? Trying hard, bittersweet.
Cabin fever's pulling me. I want to hold on to something greater. I feel the waves come crashing in. I'm drowning, drowning, drowning. Drowning, drowning, drowning. Drowning, 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 drowning. We can set the world on fire, fire. Set the world on fire, fire. We can set the world on fire. We can set the world on fire. We can set the world on fire. Set the world on fire, fire. We can set the world on fire. We can set the world on fire. We can set the world on fire, fire. Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn so. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul, burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul, burning like a wildfire. Dynamizer. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul, burning like a wildfire. Dynamizer.
When the bass drum hits your face, you be like. When the bass drum hits your face, you. Drum hit your face, you be like. When the bass drum hit your face, you be like. When the bass drum hit your face, you.
It's like a glitch I can't control. Someone's fucking with my dough. Kind of voodoo shit, you know. You know, you won't find me tongue-tied. No witness on my side. Harmonies when I cry. This stuff makes me nauseous. Losing what they taught us. Gotta tread real cautious. But I go back to default. I go back to default. I go back to. It's like a glitch I can't control. Someone's fucking in my door. Kind of voodoo shit, you know. You know, but you won't find me tongue-tied. No witness on my side. Harmonies when I cry. This stuff makes me nauseous. Losing what they taught us. Gotta tread real cautious. But I go back to default. 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 I go back to. For a second I thought it was you. Thought it was you. Thought it was you. Thought it was you. For a second I thought it was you. Thought it was you. I thought I had eyes on. For a second I thought it was you.
This a sound clash thing, we not come to play. The rhythm and me style ram thing, pumping up the bass. The rise charcoal, make a fire blaze. Pull up my selector, hold tight, we mash up the place. Pull up my selector, hold tight, we mash up the place. This a sound clash.
the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through? For you, 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 for you. Won't you let the light shine through? For you. Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through? Won't you let the light shine through?
I'm over here talking to him on mute. I was mute for this whole time. I'm so stupid. I was kind of in focus mode anyway. It is handling way, way better. Way better.
Helpless, defeated, holding on to something I've needed.
And now the RPMs don't match.
Finding out you're wanting a demon. Helpless, defeated, holding on to something I've needed. I'm looking for a reason. Finding out you're wanting a demon. And you took it all away from me. And you took it
So 1.5 to 1 was working pretty good actually.
Take me back. Take me back. Take me back.
Ooh, that flip was realistic though. I like this. This is really good. This is really good. I gotta go to the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna jam out here for a little bit more. I'm actually kind of happy this is working. Feeling much better. Sounding much better. Let me think about this. Because I think grip increases, roll decreases. I still think this is backwards, but it's producing actually kind of nice handling characteristics. I don't know if I want to increase the minimum. What I'm feeling is at low speed. At low speed, I'm rolling, right? So low speed goes from so as the speed increases, the roll increases. I think that's what the wait a minute. Max min, the minimum, right? So even when I have minimum, when I have low speed and max grip, I get that. And I've noticed that, yeah. I guess that makes sense, right? Then at higher speeds, I get more roll. But then if I have less grip, it becomes more rollish. I don't know. I'm going by feel. And it feels pretty good the way it is. And the only other thing I wanted to play with was the slip influence, right? Nope. What I'm saying here is the more roll, the less friction, right? So we'll put 0.1 to make it really obvious. So the more roll, the less friction. I don't know if that makes sense, but we'll see. I would think you have more grip. This is correlated with grip. Did you see kind of like floating there? Yeah, it's floating. That's our roll influence. Yeah, it's totally backwards. Totally backwards. Well, it's exaggerated. Let me just put it the other way around, because that didn't feel right either. Well, I don't know how. Rambling. Put some too extreme. Oh, it's gonna fishtail. Okay. This kind of gives it away, the fishtail effect. But does it go in the right direction? I think so. I don't know. I think it needs to be flipped. I don't know. That was a cool shift right there. I don't know. This is pretty good. I don't know. Let's flip them. But we got onto something. The values are very close, so being flipped or not flipped could be a nuance. Let's see if I can tell the nuance. I think I'm liking it this way. At least by the sound. It's drifting. Lost it with the chord. I don't know. That's feeling pretty good. Let's turn it down. Let's say I have really bad tires now, right? So really bad tires. So the less roll influence, meaning it's correlated. Wheel influence will be down if grip is up. The grip is up. So I'm basically counteracting grip. The engine load can also be a little, yeah, but here's the problem though. It's gonna, it creates this like feedback loop. I don't know, something, it's getting there. I think it's this way. When I lose grip, I lose more grip. As I lose grip, the grip decreases. Yeah, as the grip decreases, it exponentially decreases. Basically. Okay. I keep it at 1. Okay, like I could wheel slip is good, got a good range here for like tire condition. Right now I'm not doing gravel types or anything, but if I were to do like loose gravel and snow or ice, that's gonna come into handy. Yeah. Yeah.
I just need to know what's on your mind. You could call my name, I'll be alright.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and put it back to disable, which is going to be 1. I don't know. The other day I had it influencing itself. So the lower the grip was, the higher the friction went. And yeah, I definitely need something. There's not too much without it. Yeah, it's not just like way too grippy. I'm gonna try it again by basing it off of grip. Its own grip thing. So the less grip, the more it gets. Yeah. And I have to go over 1, so we'll go to 2. And when grip is at 1, friction slip will never go like too far down. I think I might want to do this. Let's try this. I know I'm doing wild, crazy things, but it's kind of narrowed down to just those variables. And if I just comment that out, it feels good. So, ooh, wow, that's crazy. Okay. Feels very loose, very loose. The grip is actually pretty nice. I think the loose is just a roll. Whoa, there it is. There's that friction thing that I mentioned. Can't do that. Can't do 2. So 1 to what? As grip increases, it goes down? No. 0.5 to 1. Grip goes up. Sure. That doesn't really help much. Let me put it 1.2. 1.2 should be safe. I don't think this really does anything except like, because see, once it's slipping, it's slipping. Look, I'm slipping. Friction is dead. Yeah, killed that, killed that. Behind the road influence was actually pretty good. This was pretty synergetic. But the other way around, right? So the more roll, plus the more friction. I guess it can't, but that's the balancing act. This is the other half of the equation where the roll increasing is increasing friction, right? Because it's going to shift more of the wheel into the concrete. But also kind of like that breakaway, right? You slide. I don't know. The only other thing I can think about is this here, the reduction here. I don't think that's probably why it was about 0.7 before, because I don't want to reduce it completely. Right, I want to keep the RPMs lively a little bit. That's good. Damn, this feels good. What does point one do? It's almost like it's backward, right? Okay. I'm seeing the effect here. The engine load, engine torque. It's going to bring it down. Reduce load when slipping. This isn't even being used. I mean, that's why I'm feeling like this lack of power there. Put this back to 7. That was feeling better. What's going on here? What's... okay, yeah, but then it's never used. Oh, I think I'm just setting it for the next round, because then when it goes back up here, this code is becoming such a mess. I'm overwriting values and oh my god. This is supposed to be down here.
Moving atoms in their masses, shooting stars above a sky made of static.
What am I doing? Yeah, per wheel. Yeah, for each wheel. That's right.
My time is gonna last. What if I try to push through my past? But I don't even know if I ever fall. Will they even notice? Never cared for all goodbye love. I just wanna be alone.
What I'm seeing is that the target's a little low. It's the only thing I know. If I ever fall, will they even notice? Never cared for all goodbye love. I just wanna be alone. I just wanna be alone. I just wanna be alone. Well, it's never gonna be zero, is it? Unless I jump. But even in a forward drift, it still won't go.
I could set you free, show you what this world can really be. Here with me, I could set you free of the pain and misery and let you be. Here with me, I could set you free. I could set you free. I
I could set you free, show you what this world can really be. Here with me, I could set you free, off the pain and misery and let you be. Here with me. Show you what this world can really be. Here with me, I could set you free, off the pain and misery and let you be. Here with me.
Oh shit. That's gonna divide by zeros, close to zeros. Okay.
I could set you free, show you what this world can really be. Here with me, I could set you free, off the pain and misery and let you be. Here with me. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Light it up, represent. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Light it up, represent. Had to do it hella big, had to run it back again.
So now it's gonna be always like ignoring.
Had to run it back again.
Stop.
Now it's gonna be like no overwriting at all. The hell? The hell? The hell's that verb doing?
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
I don't think this equals what I think it
Do
is.
it hella big, had to run it back again.
equals just what it was. This needs to be here ever before. After before that thing I just put here a little earlier. Where was it? This. Ooh, what the hell? The hell? I get it.
Je n'ai jamais poursuivi la gloire et la silence, les mémoires, des sons, les chansons. Moi j'aime les mots subtils, légers et gentils, comme des bulles de savon. J'aime les voir se prendre et se lire et crème, voler sur le ciel. Je les ai vus vibrer subtilement et j'ai brisé. Je n'ai jamais poursuivi la gloire. Marcher, ce sont des traces, et j'ai mis rien de plus. Marcher, il n'y a pas de ciment. Les chemins se créent en marchant. Un marchand se
Was I calculate current RPM later?
Non, les jeux de cœur,
No.
les sentiers qui jamais ne doivent
I just modify it.
marcher. Il n'y a pas de chemin. Sinon celui d'étoiles dans les mers.
Total wheel RPM. I do need the average wheel RPM. What about average wheel PM? This is including total no slip. This is without slip. And engine RPM without slip. Engine RPM with slip. Yeah, no slip. This is engine RPM, no slip. And now I want average RPM engine RPM slip, and that's going to be here, which is similar to this, except instead of being average wheel RPM, right, we're going to multiply this by the average grip, right? No, what does the grip have to do with this? I don't think this has anything to do with it, right? Because RPM already has the grip kind of included. But I kind of want to increase the RPM by the grip. So it's the red line. So the target, I'm getting it. I get what I'm doing here. Okay, I think I need to go to bed. Bye. Sorry for ending the stream like this, but as usual, it gets way too late, and I start just going around in circles.